Officer Eaglebeck,
Here.
Todd Vicious,
Here.
Cowboy Wright,
Here.
Harvey for the next meeting. Michelle Holohan, Royal Yellowhawk, Robert Beverly,
Oh.
Charles Gray Jr.,
Here.
Bill Marshall,
Here.
Wayne Frederick,
Morning.
Emily Boyd Blanco, Alvin Beverly Sr., Sherry Red, Violet,
Yeah. No.
William Kindle,
Here.
Bill Marshall III,
Oh.
Marion Little Thunder, here. $15.
We have a quorum. Council. Lila, would you do the invocation? Sure.
Good morning to everybody and those that are watching out there. Ask you to put your thoughts in your prayer as well as I pray. Thank you. Takashla Betamaluta Chawayakapi Wokilam Kenny Chapi Takashla. And the Aka Omnichema Oha Pikta Yukam. Mitaku ye o Takashla Awashikila. Taku Taiwong Laka Pikta Yukan Takashla Awash Wala Takashla Walk. Wableza Wayaka Pikta Takashla. Echel Oyate Ki Takashla Iwashte Pikta. And Takashla Adona Oyate Ki. Hoch Tukashila Kujapi. Na ish hoch Awashigla be you can Tukashila Hena Owichakya Tukashila. O Shila Tukashila Wagapka was you which Hakuya Tukashila. Ala Tukashila Betukila. Eonki Pik Dena Tukashila Al Wahwala Washa Chunku Pik De Tukasha Chilwaya Chicha Tukashila. Wakajaki Wayapi you can Ija Hena which holds anyone lucky there. Na dona okuja tipiekta papi yuksan tukashila, which was anima kapka which hakuent tukashila. Oshia chil hoya chiche tukashila leambetu kimidakuyas.
Royal, could you do the flag song? Please. Today's agenda from the recess is going to primarily be to do the selection for all of our at-large. And is there anyone that needs to be excused for previous or for today? Chris?
Yeah, I just actually need to make a quick motion to I got improved to I got an email sent to me by the White House to invite only to attend a meeting, and so I'd like to request travel for that to the tribe.
Motion to approve of Chris's travel. Emily? Ben, second. Tilt question, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Thank you, Council. Emily?
I just have a question. If you feel comfortable sharing what it is it like on behalf of council or just speak personally? And no worries if you don't want to share.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, this past weekend I received an email and it's an invite only type deal, so I don't know how to go about that, but this is pretty much just a major announcement related to federal Indian boarding school initiative down in on Wednesday, the 18th, and it's gonna be in Phoenix, Arizona, but actual time and location aren't gonna be released till tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay, council, we'll start with the Land and Natural Resources Committee. We need 3 off of that list. Everybody should have their applications. I strongly encourage you, if you didn't already, to look at the applications so that you know you are selecting people that will benefit this program. Or this committee, sorry. Can we have somebody come in to do the board? Yeah, yeah. No help for it? Oh, she's just not. Oh.
Madam President, I was wondering if you could enlighten us again and remind us what the nepotism laws again, if it's the immediate family, if it's the Tiospre concept of the family, like your extended first cousins, auntie, uncle, our relatives.
I don't have my personnel policy and procedures manual with me, but I will, let me get it in here so we can read it. Do you have a copy? Okay, if you can pull it up on the computer, we can read it to you just to make sure. And just for your information, council, as far as personnel policies and procedures are concerned, I have asked the secretary's office to pull up any amendments, resolutions, and motions to 2020-10. And we will get that to all of you to update you along with the manual to resolve a lot of the inconsistencies, the questions, things having to do with the personnel policies and procedures. And we'll discuss it at our next month's meeting. I want to read it to you so that there's no indiscretions with it. We make sure that we're getting it accurately. Okay.
Should have kept on my sticky notes from last time.
They just read it a moment ago. I went over the manual from front to back. Yes, yeah, sorry.
I was just curious, if we can get like a little quick update of the fire up White River, like how many acres are burned? things
I'll
like
have
that.
Ben come in. I mean, Ben, sorry. I'll have Bob come in.
Okay.
Yeah, because the superintendent and Bob were communicating on the fire.
Okay.
No, the actual, that's just the definition. There's a policy that covers it. There's a policy that actually defines what nepotism is. And that's what he's asking.
That's a lot of names right now.
I know. We'll have to make it work.
I'm looking for the nepotism policy so I can read it to council. Wait a minute. Yeah, the policy too. There you go. Okay, for nepotism, for hiring of relatives, I'm pretty sure it's pretty much going to be the same. To promote consistency and equity in the treatment of all employees, to prevent breaches in confidentiality, to prevent improper influences in employment, and to prevent the perception of favoritism, the Rosebud Sioux tribe will not employ in any position the immediate relative of a current employee. If one is directly supervising the other on a regular basis, there's potential for creating an adverse effect on supervision, security, or moral, or the potential for the conflict of interest. For the purpose of this policy, the term relative is defined as an individual who is related by blood or marriage to the employee as a father, mother, son, daughter, brother, sister, grandmother, grandfather, uncle, aunt, cousin, nephew, niece, husband, wife, father-in-law, mother-in-law, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, stepfather, stepmother, stepson, stepdaughter, stepsister, stepbrother, half-brother, or half-sister. Now, that is a definition of nepotism for employment. I've never seen anything that is specific to the committees. Under your ordinances and the manuals you've been given, each committee has various similar rules as to who sits on those committees. So you would have to look at them for some of the more detailed information. But to my knowledge, there's never been established something specific in this nature to committees. So in the future, if that's something that you'd want to do, then you'd have to look toward a change in an ordinance and follow that process as the body. Okay. If there's no more questions, we'll get started on the first one. So you need to select 3. Tina, did you pass out stickies? Okay, so select 3 for the Land and Natural Committee if you're done reviewing their applications.
Madam President, I just have a quick clarifying question. If I have somebody on the list who meets that definition of relative, should I not vote for that specific committee?
If they're related to you,
Yes.
it's a part of your integrity. Most times that's what people do. Our past leaders have done is recuse yourself from selecting on that committee if it follows under that
I'll
definition.
do that for this first one.
That's what I'm going to do.
Bring the papers to keep
Let you
track.
know from the.
Oh,
Right here. Just for the
on
record.
there. Yeah. All right. Is this all of them? Okay, I didn't think so. It's kind of thin. Yep. After we're all done with our selection for today of everyone's applications, please return them as a matter of confidentiality so that the secretary's office can do their shredding or returning. Is that it? No? Okay. You ready, Brianne? Tony? Chance? Rich?
On which one? Richard and the Scuffy.
Oh, no. All right. I'm going to void these. For the names that are similar, please do your selection over and put a last name next to the names because we have more than, yeah, because if you just put Rich, we don't know if it's the Manansky or if it's Lunderman. So we need to redo them, please.
The real name, I can't write the logo on there.
You can't write the Lunder.
Richard is the last. Yes.
I'm not gonna bring it on today. It's not on the agenda. You get that one chance to change your vote. Thank you. No? Are we good? Well, she's bringing those to me. I'll start. This time. Tony Metcalf, Chance Clone, Leroy Morrison. Richard Tuffy Lunderman, Rodney N. Bordo, Foster Knoyer Hogan. Tuffy Lunderman, Chance Clone, Leroy Morrison Jr. Tuffy Lunderman, Leroy Morrison, Tony Metcalf. Chance Clone, Bill Beck, Leroy Morrison, Tony Metcalf, Bill Beck, Foster Knoyer. Tony Metcalf, Chance C, Richard M. Manansky. Tuffy Lunderman, Leroy Morrison, Foster Knoyer. Foster Knoyer, Richard Manansky, Tony Metcalf. Tony Metcalf. Chance Clom. Foster Canoyer. Tony. Chance. Foster. Janet. This one has four, so is it a spoil? Just on that one where it's Janet, erase it. It's a spoil ballot because they picked 4 instead of 3. The next one, Janet Claremont. Madonna Sitting Bear. Melinda Yellow Eagle.
That's a different, yeah. It's a different-
Oh, gee. I was wondering. So that's another spoil ballot then. Last one is Richard Tuffy Lunderman. Sean Bordeaux. Richard Manansky. Yes. Yeah, the 3. So do we do just the top 3, even with the same? Okay. All right, so their new committee members for the at-large will be Tony Metcalf, Chance Clom, and Foster Canoyer. Entertain motion to seat. By Wayne, second. Charles, question, Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. The next one will be Social Services Committee, and we need 4.
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead, Mike.
Are we on the air?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe we are.
Mike, that one's the only one that shows, these ones just go to that deal.
Are we? Yeah. Ready? Go ahead, Tina. Make sure it's 4, not 5, 6.
I need one more. Okay.
Here you go, Tina.
Okay.
Somebody submitted one for the education committee. It was not, it's supposed to be for social services. Yeah, she handed it out earlier. You know, you gave everyone a copy of this, right? Okay. Are you ready, Graham? Janet Claremont? Twyla Moran? Melinda Yellow Eagle? Eileen Schott? Eileen Schott? Gerald Eagle Bear? Melinda Sitting Bear? Madonna Sitting Bear? And Melinda Yellow Eagle. Twyla Moran? Madonna? Janet? Eileen? Madonna? Melinda? Eileen? Janet? Twyla? Melinda? Eileen? Melinda? Madonna? Twyla? Janet? Janet? Twyla? Madonna? Eileen? Janet? Melinda? Eileen? Madonna? Twyla? Madonna? Janet? Eileen? Madonna? Janet? Twyla? Eileen? Janet? Madonna? Eileen? Janet? Madonna? Eileen? Melinda? Janet? Eileen? Madonna? Melinda? Melinda? Twyla? Madonna? Janet? This is a spoiled one. It's the wrong committee. That's it. Council, our new at-large or social services are Janet Claremont, Madonna, Melinda, and Eileen. Need motion to seat. Coates, second. Emily, question? Alvin? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
The next committee is Education Committee. Out of the 17, we need 3.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ben?
To recuse myself from this education or this committee. I'm not going to vote or actually submit. Got a conflict on the 11th.
Okay.
Recuse myself for the record.
Yeah, myself too, again.
Okay.
Yeah, those people are filtering. Right.
Does everybody have a packet for education?
Well, once we got last time.
Yeah. It's the same, isn't it? Yeah, it's what was handed out on Thursday.
How do you do it?
Council, I ask that during the selection process for these committees that you refrain from being on your phones. The public are watching and we don't want to have anyone feel like we're advocating from their cell phones while we're selecting committees. Any messages you have, we'll do a break and you can answer your messages. One more? Okay. She's still writing, so. Okay. 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 We have enough room. Got it all? Are you ready? Yeah. I'll go slow. Carol? On the left-hand side, third name down.
Up on top.
On top. Okay. Foster? Jennifer? These come together tight. All right, I don't want me to get into this one. Okay. Micah? Foster? Jennifer? Vicky? Madonna? Eileen? Carol? Madonna? Madonna? And Foster? Vicky? Carmen? Jamie? Jennifer? Teresa? Right under Jennifer. And Foster? Micah? Foster? Teddy? Madonna? Teddy? Carmen? Stephanie? Is there Stephanie on there? Okay, wrong one again. Tuffy? Vicky? Sean? Jennifer? Donna? Micah? Lee? Foster? And Micah? Richard? Tuffy? Yeah. Vicky? Micah? Eileen? Donna? Madonna? We need 3 off of there.
They spread out the numbers here. Readers. Madonna. Jennifer.
Madonna.
Vicky.
Vicky, Madonna, and Jennifer.
Yeah.
Jennifer, Madonna, and
Vicky.
okay, council, you'll need to pick between Vicky, Madonna, and Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm recusing myself.
You're still recused.
I still recuse, yeah. I'm the insurance agent.
Then, you can lobby.
Just select one, right?
Yeah, just select one out of those 3, please.
Show everybody.
Oh,
Chocolate about it, actually.
I think he has somebody's pocket.
And somehow pulled out the pink color receipt.
We didn't have green ones.
Oh, this is what you tell it to them.
All right, thank you. You changing colors? All right. Jennifer? Vicky? Jennifer? Vicky? Vicky? Madonna?
She has a doctor's. Yeah.
Is Madonna on it? Yeah, she was. Did you get her? Yeah. Okay. Jennifer? Jennifer? Madonna? This one's spoiled. It has two names that aren't even on there. Vicky? Madonna? Just keeping me on my toes. Madonna? Madonna? Jennifer? No. Madonna. Motion to seat Micah Lunderman, Foster Knoyer,
And Madonna's sitting there.
and Madonna sitting there. Motion by Sherry. Second by Totes. Question? Need a question? Ben? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting? Next committee is Health Board. There are 13 applicants. You need to select 2.
Excusing myself,
Make sure they're on the right people, please, so we don't have any more spoiled ballots.
accusing myself again to this.
Okay. Just the most. Just to prevent any confusion and for the listeners, I'm going to read the names off to you as you're doing this. Caroline Leroy, Kevin Long, Ivorine Lunderman, Janet Claremont, Richard Tuppy Lunderman, Rodney Bordeaux II, Leah Breda Vigo, Stephanie Joni Gabriel, Leroy Morrison Jr., Donna Hullhorn Bear, Angel Wilson Crow, Jennifer Bordeaux Black Bear, and Llewellyn M. Wright. One more. Dixie? Yeah. Is that it?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine. She's still getting them on the board.
You're starting that.
Well, in effect.
Yeah.
And, for the motion from Mr. Kennedy. Station number is.
I'll go ahead and start while she's doing that. If that's all, it's Sherry's the last one.
Yeah.
All right. Angel Wilson Crow. Llewellyn Wright. Rodney Bordeaux II. Richard Tuppy Lunderman. Ivorine Lunderman. Jennifer Bordeaux Black Bear. Leroy Morrison. Angel Wilson Crow. Angel Wilson Crow. Richard Tuppy Lunderman. What is that? Okay. Spoiled ballot, it's a wrong committee. Angel Wilson Crow. Joni Gabriel. Angel Wilson Crow. Jennifer Blackbear. Angel Wilson Crow. Kevin Long. Who likes to squeeze these together really tight? Stephanie Joni Gabriel. Angel Wilson Crow. Tuppy Lunderman. Caroline Leroy. Jennifer Blackbear. Janet Claremont. Llewellyn. And Kevin. Leroy Morrison. Jen Blackbear. Angel Wilson. Ivorine Lunderman. Caroline Leroy. Llewellyn Wright. That's all. Jennifer and Angel. Motion to seat Angel Wilson Crow and Jennifer Bordeaux Black Bear. Totes, second. Lila. Question, Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
Hard than aren't, I got some reading glasses, whoever keeps voting for me.
Next committee is the Judiciary Committee.
You spell that out?
And we need two. And out of the two, there are 17 applicants. Nigel Eagle Pipe Senior, Valencia Grew, Liana M. Lung, Robert Becker, Janet Claremont, Travis Jensen, Christopher Ron, Kathy Arkhorn, Calvin Jones, Irene Lunderman, Stacy Tuigo, Jamie Poiney, Keha Wichasha, Jennifer Dubray, Tennille Selwyn Bluebird, Troy Lunderman, and Leroy Morrison Jr. After this selection, we'll take a 5-minute break. Already? As soon as Tina's clicks. You ready? Valencia Grew. Leroy Morrison. Travis Jensen. Jamie Poiney. Travis Jensen. Jennifer D. Right hand side. D. Chris Ron. Leroy Morrison. Janet Claremont. Travis Jensen. Wrong committee. Travis Jensen, Chris Ron. Oh, jeez. Bob Becker, Leroy Morrison, Robert Becker, Jamie Poiney, Leroy Morrison, Travis Jensen, Janet Claremont, Travis Jensen, Robert Becker, Christopher Ron, Calvin Jones, Jamie Poiney, Robert Becker, Janet Claremont, Neha, and Valencia, Janet, and Leroy. Need two. Motion to seat Travis Jensen and Leroy Morrison Jr. Coates, second. Ben, question? Todd?
I have a question. Is it gonna be a conflict that we are with the police department?
We'd have to look at the ordinance.
It's just under 911, I guess, so it's not a conflict, it's just a practicing.
We'll take a break while we check on that. We'll come back and finish voting. Ben?
Oh, I'll just wait till you get back, yeah, never mind.
Okay. So you can take a 5-minute break while you check with the ordinance and see.
Brought my weapon. Hey, are you the one that voted for the wrong committee though?
Is it on agenda? We should have had it in here last week. Fran, can you ask Eric to check on that to see whether or not? Right.
The GIS 911 is not
I honestly don't know. It's not a, it's over there. It's not a cop, but
Okay.
yeah.
I probably do not understand.
I know that he passes, although I know that I did a bar with him too, precedent. He's really knowledgeable when it comes to the law and land, not the law, the land, but the law and the. But that's. No. But he has the education, right? So. Leroy Marshall.
Oh, I don't know all that. I have your number. Yeah, just carry mine.
I don't think it's a specific.
Here.
Chance to shake hands.
That's okay. I'm gonna be calling a meeting tomorrow or Thursday.
There's bacon there.
To catch me up on things that have been going on. But I'm like, oh yeah. According to the ordinance 8003, for committee membership, the only ones that are not allowed are tribal program directors or coordinators are not allowed to sit on any committee, commission, or board of commission of a tribally chartered entity. That's all it states. And I was informed he is 911, so that wouldn't be interfering with his duties on Judiciary Committee.
Okay, so I guess I just wanted to find out. I know we have a meeting coming up on this Friday, but I'm gonna be on travel and I won't be able to get back on Friday. And our vice chairperson didn't make it back on. So because I wouldn't be here, I know we had this dilemma earlier too this year with governmental affairs where we didn't have a chair or vice. So we talked to Eric and we said if you brought in the chair or the vice, that you guys could run the meeting until they pick somebody.
Yeah.
I know it is reorganization, so I was wondering if you would be able to chair that meeting on Friday for me, on Friday for the judiciary. And all we do is reorganization anyway, so we have new board members, so pick another vice and chair, I guess. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure you're able to do that, so make that clear. All right, thank you.
Ready? Just, seats. Oh, you just need to vote. Okay. Oh, yeah, stop it. Okay, Tina, I'm gonna collect the votes.
We're just gonna, all in favor?
Oh, sorry. Oh, that part of it. Okay,
Madam Chair,
pardon?
did you say program directors can't be on a committee, sit on a committee?
Yeah, it says tribal program director, excuse me. Tribal program directors or coordinators are not allowed to sit on any committee, commission, or board of commission of tribally chartered entities.
Is Travis Jensen the director of TUC?
Yes, yes.
Change.
Did that personnel policy we changed, change that?
Resolution to see tribal employees.
It's a director. It's specific in the ordinance. So are there any other ones that are directors? So we'll have to revote,
I mean,
or no, we'll take the next one.
Or judiciary, right?
Robert.
So Travis is ineligible because he's a director of a TUC.
Lisa.
Madam Chair?
The ordinance states, ordinance 8003 states that tribal program directors or coordinators are not allowed to sit on any committee, commission, or board of commission of tribally chartered entities.
Madam President?
Yes, Emily?
I was wondering if we could then have a revote since he was ineligible from the beginning. I don't think that was a fair vote.
Yeah, we could do that. The ordinance that was changed in personnel, it opens it up to tribal employees, but that still does not allow a director. That is all other tribal employees. And if you want Eric to come in and to have that legal opinion, we can do that. Otherwise, we'll revote. Two. Yeah, we'll have to remove Travis because he is a director.
The one we just voted on, the judiciary. There was a question on Mr. Morrison because he worked for there, and they cleared that up because he's not the director, but Travis is the director of our TUC.
So we have to revote.
So clear your board. On judiciary, your question, Leroy is not part of law enforcement. He's our 911 person, so that doesn't affect him. But in the midst of this, Travis is now a director, and according to the ordinance, he cannot sit on this committee. So we have to clear the slate.
One day?
No, we're gonna clear it and do it all over.
Oh, great, because I live in the history.
So revote for 2.
Need a ballot. Please don't mind. People.
And remember, it's for Judiciary Committee. I'm gonna read it one more time because we had another spoiled ballot. Nigel Eagle Pike, Valencia Brew, Liana Long, Robert Becker, Janet Claremont, Christopher Ron, Kathy Arthorn, Calvin Jones, Irene Lunderman, Stacy Tuigo, Jamie Poiney, Neha Wichacha, Jennifer Dubray, Tennille Selwyn Bluebird, Troy Lunderman, and Leroy Morrison Jr.
I dropped it. Look down and it was the origami again.
Can you check on me for you? I'm just kidding. Okay. Leroy Morrison, Robert Becker, Calvin Jones, Stacy Tuigo, Robert Becker, Christopher Ron, Robert Becker, Janet Claremont, Leroy and Heha, Calvin Jones, Jamie Poiney,
Oh, that's right.
Wayne, is Jamie a director of ResCo? It does include charter.
Still say charter, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, again.
Will that be added to the future vetting process, right?
Oh,
Make sure that
directors.
directors
Yeah.
are on it.
In the future, we'll make sure there are no directors included on these committees.
Anybody else?
Anybody else on the next one?
Yeah.
Revote?
Can you check? Yeah, we have to because we have another director on it.
We're all practicing.
Is there any other ones on that list, Wayne, or for the ResCo, Gaming Commission, Ethics, Tax, Cannabis? Yeah.
So we're voting again.
And then when we get to the Cannabis Commission, we will have to take off those bottom two if they are tribal members because it says one non-member.
What's the idea behind that?
Huh?
It's in the ordinance, I don't know.
So if we've all revoted, Tina can do that.
Read that later, but.
When we get to that section, Mike, we can ask. Past our third round here.
Try it again.
Yeah, let's try it again. Every time I put this in meeting.
Same name 3 times in a row.
Jamie couldn't be on that, he had to revote.
Jamie, Winnie on.
I think I give it some lot.
Yeah, I think it's Jennifer.
One more.
Already voted, how many times, mine ran out.
One more.
There's a bunch in my drawer. After this, I can grab them for you. Are you ready? Valencia and Leroy. Kathy Arcorn, Troy. Leroy and Robert B. Robert B. Leroy. Calvin Jones, Valencia Grew. Calvin Jones, Stacy Chuigo. Leroy and Janet. Robert and Janet. Leroy and Valencia. Robert, Christopher Ron. Nigel and Irene. Leroy and Robert Becker. Chris and Becker. Leroy and Robert Becker. Hehan and Liana. Leroy. That's it. Motion to seat Leroy Morrison Jr. and Robert Becker. Lila. Second Sherry. Question votes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Next one is the tax commission. There are 3 and you need to select one.
There you go.
If we get a foreign name again, you're gonna buy lunch. What color was that ink?
Committee.
All right, ready? Christopher Ron? This one's spoiled, it has 2 people on there, and it's the wrong committee. Christopher Ron? Christopher Ron? Christopher Ron? Christopher Ron? Leona Long? Leona Long? Leah Running Bear? Leona Long? Leona Long? Leona Long? Christopher Ron? Leah Running Bear? Leona Long? Christopher Ron? Christopher Ron? Motion to seat Christopher Ron on the Tax Commission. Ben Blacker, second Sherry. Question, Mike Foltz. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Okay, the next one is the Cannabis Commission. And myself, I've never seen the policy on it. However, it says Cannabis Commission, 1 non-member. You have a member that's from Navajo Nation. You have a member that's from, an applicant that's from Navajo Nation, 1 that's Pine Ridge, and then Rosebud. So the 2 that aren't from Rosebud, what does the policy state as far as non-member? Is it
Rosebud.
non-Rosebud?
The other tribal members.
Mike, did you have a question?
No, Rosebud. Okay, I think that means.
Okay.
Rosebud.
All right.
Not Rosebud community, right?
So out of the 4, you need to select 1 non-member. And the names are Kyton Guess,
Keaton.
Keaton Kyton, Wendy Ashke, Shastri Shun, and Yvette Yellowbird. The Heha, you need to take him off, he's Rosebud Sioux tribe. Willie. Gotta go to the fire, Willie.
Aren't you in this chair? Getting a new chair. Nobody wants it.
When he wants to say that.
Speak stand.
Here you go. Here's one.
I'm so sorry.
This first one is a spoiled ballot because you're supposed to select one and there's 2 names on it. Titan. Keaton, what is it?
Keaton.
Keaton. Windy. Shastry. Yvette. Windy. Keaton, Titan. Keaton. Shastry. Shastry. Windy. Yvette. 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 Shastry. Shastry. Windy. Motion to seat Shastry Shun. Michael. Second, Marion. Question? Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed? No. Not voting? 0. The next one is the RESCO board, and we need 4 members. I don't have anything in my manual on RESCO, so I'm not sure if directors are allowed to sit on there.
It's chartered.
Pardon?
The charter, if anybody wants a copy of the charter, hand it out.
The ordinance, did it mention if entities that were chartered?
Oh, yes, it did.
Yeah, I'll say it's the same as.
So, yeah, it does mention chartered. So on that one, you'll have to remove Travis.
He probably applied in the time that he wasn't working for the tribe. I'll refrain.
Oh, no, I'm not.
You know, this be part vote.
It's a long road, isn't it?
What happened to that motion where, we said we were bringing the grievance book out?
It's, I mean, it's out there.
Guess we need to fill it. Because I need to see it. Before our employees.
In case the council is interested, this RESCO board would be the business side of our energy development. Right now, we have a tribal utility commission. There's a regulatory body for all energy, the policy, law, whatever that, cover all of our utilities and energy reservation. This board here agreed with the business plan to actually develop it.
Couple more.
5 parts to here.
Is that it? Yep. One more? The next time I'm gonna keep them in order so I know who the person is. Because you're gonna buy me lunch.
If you find out who it is, I'll buy you lunch.
Okay. I'm gonna watch as she picks them up this next time. Are they all in, Tina?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Chris, Ron? Wayne, I'm not gonna write what it says. I'm not gonna say what it's written. And Janet? Janet? Lewis? Wayne? Boyd? Kathy Arcorn? And Chris?
First one, we have three.
The first one we had 3. Frank? Wayne? Katrina Fuller? and Sean Bordeaux. There, that can help. Chris? Wayne? Katrina? Sean? Wayne? Melinda? Katrina? And Chris? Chris? Wayne? Katrina? Chris? Wayne? Katrina? Janet? Chris? Wayne? Katrina? Frank? Wayne?
Royal mean that or what?
It says the one and only. Chris, Katrina, Wayne, and Frank. Chris, Katrina, Sean, Melinda. Janet, Melinda, Chris, Wayne. Wayne, Kathy Arcorn, Sean, Melinda. Frank, Melinda, Janet, Katrina. Chris, Frank, Katrina, Kathy. Sean, Wayne, Frank, Janet. That's it. And there should be 4 of them.
Yeah.
Frank and Janet.
So we need to pick between Frank and Janet. Mayor Ty? Yes, Emily?
I have a question. I recused myself from the vote for my family being on there, but since they're no longer on this section of the vote, should I continue not to vote?
Oh, no, you can vote. It's not your member of your family. Oh, sorry.
Tina, can I get? Oh, never mind, I'll borrow one. Okay, thank you.
She gave it back, I don't think.
One more over there. Is anybody else cold? Yes? Can you turn the AC down or Janet? Should I turn it off or down? Down. Either way, I just get the cold air out of here. So that was my age. Okay. Frank? Janet? Frank? Janet? 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 Frank? Janet? Frank? Frank? Janet? Frank? Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Frank? Frank? What?
So the chairman steps in?
Yeah, it is, third.
Okay. Yeah, there is some.
Can I write it down on a piece of paper and have somebody read it?
You and Mary and have her run off.
I will select Janet.
Just see.
Motion to see Frank, Frank.
Yeah.
Second, votes, question, Mary? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 1. Next committee is the Gaming Commission. There are 13 applicants, and you need to select 3. The applicants are Michael Lunderman, Raymond Kroigel, Patsy Valandra, Cliff Moran Sr., Robert Settlemeyer, Gary Knightpipe, Sean Bordeaux, Troy Lunderman, Tennille Selwyn Bluebird, Glenn Yellow Eagle, Roger Croigle, Jennifer DeBrey, Todd Hay. The reason I paused at Robert Settlemeyer is I've had conflicting whether or not he's acting or if he is the chief administrator.
I was curious about that too, because I remember it was just acting. Judiciary, I thought we was just acting, my theory. But even
Is that what you guys said in judiciary?
well, that's what I assumed on that deal was, he was still acting, but
Look at his personnel action.
because he's acting,
Yeah.
so.
He's acting because he never picked the person yet.
I'm gonna give you guys another 5-minute break so we can confirm it, and then we'll vote.
Thank you.
I'll go call.
We don't have to do it over again. It's that fucking for 3 years.
Is this your pile? Would you give him that?
Yeah.
Yeah. She did.
She's this.
We're not. They're all insane.
Change all the laws, don't have the
What corner?
For,
Who are we voting for?
for a game commission.
I thought we were voting for.
We're waiting for Eric to come in for legal opinion on one of the applicants
I didn't vote for you.
due to a lawsuit that was held against the tribe.
So why are we picking up?
Pardon?
Can I get some more? I was just curious why we were picking up if we were still waiting for the legal opinion.
I need one too.
Yeah.
What if you didn't vote for him?
Well, I didn't even vote at all until I do the.
I know, but she can come back to you.
Is he coming? Yep.
Tina, can I get some more, please?
All right. You're the one that has you heard here.
I need
No,
one, I
sorry.
need one more.
After this, we have one more, and then Superintendent Hart will give a prior report per Ben's request. Can you wear the Smoky Bear outfit?
Oh, it's recorded.
Yep. Are you ready, Daniel? Hey. I know.
Eric, the council would like to know whether or not one of our applicants can be on
Even
this
be on there?
selection because he has a lawsuit against the tribe, or he sued the tribe.
You want to discuss on air?
You know, good morning, council. I'm gonna make any legal, I would have an opinion, my comments, or any legal advice, I'd rather have them, if not an executive session, at least off the air, because these aren't for public consumption, these are attorney-client privilege communications, and I already had a bunch of complaints filed on stuff that was supposedly said on record in here, which wasn't the case, but anyway, I'd rather not have that for the public record, so, but I do have some comments on that. Just an executive session or off the air.
So if somebody's gonna make that motion, I don't support us going off the air, but because of the lawsuit, a possibility of a lawsuit, council will have to make a motion to either go off the air or into executive session. For what, Glenn? Wayne, executive? I'll second. Very second. Mike, are you questioning?
Yeah, in this case, I think we should.
And, could I get the floor and say something really quick? Okay, so I just want to let, the council know that according to Robert's Rules of Order, whenever we go into executive session, we can't vote in there, so there's nothing illegal happening during executive session. And when we come out, we could make a motion to share whatever decision was made in executive session or give a briefing, as long as specific things that can't be said on air aren't shared. So I just want to let you guys know I researched that this weekend since there was some issues about it. And instances like this had me worried about that. Thank you.
All in favor?
Education, judiciary, and gaming.
Ethics, education, judiciary, and gaming.
Yes, those are the ones that we're looking at to see. The other one, we're not looking at the board of review and things like that.
Second.
Charles?
You guys went over motion.
Pardon?
You guys went over already that.
Okay.
Sure, can we get our phones back? They're not mine.
Yeah,
I don't wanna
we'll
be
give the phones back.
responsible.
Can you give the phones back and for, pardon? Okay.
Then we have a motion on the floor.
And I question, I'll call for the question to.
Not seat those committees. That's your motion, right?
Yeah, like I think we should notify them and let them know that they were selected, you know, that whole thing, but I just don't feel comfortable seating until we know that those are back, especially knowing that it can take a week to 2 weeks at the moment.
Do you want to make that as a motion?
Yes, please. And Wayne second.
And then everybody sits back down. And please remember to avoid confusion when someone has the floor and other people have something to say. Please raise your hand and wait your turn, because when we have more than one people talking, that's kind of how we end up getting led astray from the topic at hand. Yes, Chris?
So with all that being said, what Eric mentioned earlier, we're not gonna vote on this, yeah, the gaming commission or the ethics right now?
Or education.
I mean,
Vote, but.
well, I mean,
Gaming commission has to,
Yeah.
has to go through it anyway.
I mean, but don't we have to get his, doesn't he want to do a thing so he gets the actual answer, accurate answer that we're looking for regarding the individual? So can you vote on that one?
I'll answer that question. So on the gaming commission and a few of the other committees that we're discussing, the ethics, the education, the judiciary, and the gaming, we had a long discussion that is going to require legal interpretation in regard to the backgrounds. For those issues that arose, we need to have that resolved before we move forward with these committees. So on those ones, Emily entertained a motion to not seat until after that interpretation is done. And so that's why we were in an extensively long discussion off the air. So with Emily's motion, I need a second. Without a second, the motion's going to die.
Wayne seconded it and I questioned it.
Okay. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
And Madam Chair, I have a question about to the secretary.
Pardon?
I have a question to the secretary.
Okay.
After the vote.
Commissioner count opposed. Oh, sorry. Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, Wayne.
Yeah, thank you. So, the secretary, we had a long discussion now about backgrounds and affidavits. Is this application how it is in the office there, and then the applicants fill out? So how come there's applicants that did not sign the affidavit or have it notarized? Those ones that do that automatically should be removed before they come to the floor, because obviously they didn't take the time to fill out a full application. In the future, we need to make sure and follow those kind of rules, because those ones, there's some like this one that right here, they went not even just sign the affidavit, they did follow it to through and through and went and had it notarized. And that shows, they had an active participation role and it was professional. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Michael?
Yeah, I agree with what Wayne said. We have 3 applications. And I heard someone mention that there were 2 applications that I didn't notice. There are 2 applications that indicated they didn't want a background investigation, or they didn't indicate either way. Those ought to be eliminated. And the other thing, whatever we're going to do, we should do the gaming commission first. If we don't have a functioning gaming commission, we're going to get called up.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know about anybody else, but I wasn't looking at my phone until we just got him back. And we were very unprofessional here just recently. because we mentioned names before we were even off the air. So I've been getting texts because there were certain individuals' names that were mentioned. And for the Oyate that it's listening, the only time that we should go off there is if it pertains to personnel or someone's names who are involved in anything with the Rosebud Sioux tribe. So we should go off immediately and then things should be discussed. We need to just remember to police ourselves also. Thank you.
And just to add to that, Chuck, personnel issues do not come to the council. That's an administrative council deals with legal issues. Personnel should never come on this floor. So
There were
we'll
just,
remember that.
there were just some names mentioned that people heard on the air and they were upset.
If there's no more questions, we're gonna move. Ben had asked for a report on the fire, so the superintendent's gonna give that report.
Good afternoon, council and administration. I'm having the sergeant at arms pass out the ICS 209. This is done daily with the fire program. It just kind of gives an update and the plans on the fire. But I received the latest from the IC this morning, so the fire is currently at 15,320 acres. And it is, with that, it's intermix of tribal and fee and state land. So this is not all trust land. It's 40% contained at this time. And we had 34 volunteer fire departments come and assist us when this fire started. Being short staffed and having all these other folks come and help, I think they did an awesome job keeping it south of the Big White River. That was the main focus for Thursday and Friday, was to keep it south of the Big White River and not go over. It had potential to go burn all the way to I-90. Also have some resources from seven different states, from contract engines to the U.S. Forest Service, and the state of South Dakota also assisted. The fire resource continued to reinforce containment lines, and they will be finish mopping up. It's going to take probably a week or more to get this fire completely mopped up and safe to where we can just leave it and check it periodically. Like I said, we gave out I handed out the S209, and that is kind of the status that we send to the Great Plains Dispatch. But, that's pretty much the report as far as the fire. Anybody have any questions?
Emily and Ben.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I just had a question. I've been listening lots of, I guess, people just concerned about, where the resources were needed, if they needed any kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the first question, if we still need any ongoing donations or any resources like that. The second thing that I've been getting is, if there's been any reports of like structural fires or livestock loss or just anything that the people want to help families or, things like that. So I was just wondering if there's anything that can be reported on in that way.
Right now, I think they're still doing assessment all on like structures. I don't think, houses were lost. I think like barns and sheds and stuff like that. A few of them and some cattle from what I hear, but the IC is still gathering that information. And also, one thing I forgot to mention too is we're in the process of ordering a bear team to come in and assess the fire on trust land.
Yeah, I was just asking too, thank you for coming and bringing this report, Ray. I know it's a quick type thing, I guess, but those are, I wanted to make sure and let our public know about what's going on. I mean, let everyone know that we are, on this and stuff to that effect. Because those were some of my questions with like the cattle, because that's all ranching area up that way. And then of course, Was there a command center somewhere, or is it just
It was,
where?
yeah, the IC kind of had a command center over at, the, what's the name of that?
Bachelor's?
Yeah, Bachelor's.
Bachelor's.
You know, that's where they did the briefings, fed firefighters that were, assisting on the fire.
Okay. The other thing too is, I mean, I know you were giving updates to Madam Chair there, I think, throughout the whole time and stuff. But yeah, we were kind of curious. I know I was down at Valentine. People were kind of asking about that too, what was going on. I said, I think they got it good day. I don't know. But those are some things that I would like to at least know ahead of time, at least what it looks like, I guess. And I know you'll do a full report, just like anything else. You'll do a full report down the road there, but we would like to get some insight. I know I've asked the previous chairwoman, our chairman, to give us some updates on any type of things like that, because again, we are aware of it. Everybody knows it. You got Facebook, everybody knows about it. So,
I see my name on Facebook.
but of course, there's other things too that came up on here. Was it's like the drone type deal. I mean, that was one of the things too. I mean, getting that assessed, I think, forward. So, but that's what I wanted to get the report, so that way we are aware of it. I mean, the public knows that we're looking into it, and that's going to be reported.
You know, we've been working closely with Bob all the time.
Okay, Bob, okay.
Yeah,
I think Bob put a report out today on Facebook.
yeah, I'm not sure if
Yeah, because I was wondering if we can get that report also. I don't know if we did or not, but that's kind of what I'm hoping, is we can get some reports of anything that happened, you know, whether it's weather related or anything to that effect, just so we have an update of what's going on and stuff.
Now, you know, being in PL5, which is the highest level for preparedness, you know, we're fighting for resources too. That's why we rely on the VFPs.
Okay.
We put in orders through Great Plains Dispatch, and they come back UTF, which is unable to fill just because we compete with all the fires within the whole
all
nation.
the state, yeah, that's what I wondered too.
Not just the state, but the whole
The
nation.
whole state, yeah, 'cause I know state, to the east there, or to the west, they had a lot of fires up there, so I know they brought a lot of tanks.
Oregon, and California.
Yeah, so that's why I'm wondering if we, you know, how we are about that, 'cause again, we should have those resources anyway, so that was my question, Madam Chair, just thank you.
Okay, Mike
Yeah,
and Bob.
do we have any idea how many tribal acres?
We're working on that now. We got our GIS guy compiling the map. He's getting the data that the Forest Service did. We had the Forest Service with a helicopter from Black Hills National Forest come and fly the fire, so we can get an accurate acres and map of the fire. So we're getting that data, and he'll be putting together a map on what's tribal versus
By reading the grass, the question is, particularly those lands that are under lease,
Mhm.
you know, there's some loss of, you know, summer pasture, that sort of thing, you know, and I don't know what kind of implications those are gonna pose for TLE. TLE is gonna, we have to deal with, you know, a lot of that, but, if it could result in significant loss of income to the tribe, either through TLE or. And also, do we, the state will probably provide aid, you know, of some kind, but do they include tribal acres when they do that sort of?
No, like I said, we do, well, we're bringing in a bear team to mitigate what damage has been done to the trust land. And hopefully we'll get funded to do a bear rehab for those acres.
What is the BIA typically able to do?
Typically it's like fence, you know, not suppression fence, but, you know, burnt fence along the.
Oh, yeah. They can come in and help out the individual lessees, that sort of thing.
But yeah, it'll be all spelled out in that plan, and you guys will get a copy of that bear plan when it's completed.
Is that typically a pretty slow process, you know, from the time someone applies to the time that they actually see a check, I guess?
Usually it's like.
Through the BIA?
Yeah, through the BIA.
Or any other federal one, FEMA, for example.
You know, it was like, we can do a lot of repairs, like what was damaged during, I mean, because of suppression, like if an engine had to break a fence, and we would go and repair that fence. And any like those are laid lines that were put down during, on trust land, and we'll go in there and we'll rehab the whole fire as far as the suppression lines. But usually it takes probably about a year for the actually bear funding to come in.
Is there a special funding source for that? Or?
Yeah, it's a different funding source under the fire program, And it's a bear rehab.
Bob, Sherry, Emily.
That's what got to me. Kita kwa ki. Wana kwinta glena le una tranka you have a tranka le mnishot la skata ta lila una tranka u hab. Ka hena cha I wogla ka ya to ke aka ni ga sini gena. Cha lena le tokes ke la kota Echa pedlaska you hagena tokes ke oita ka gena cha icha mukinte. My question is there's a lot of Indian operators that got cattle up there. Now, is it your department or whose department is it to furnish aid to the Indian operators?
That would be part of the bear team that I was just, the bear plan that I just talked about. And then once it gets funded, then they don't, whatever it gets approved for as far as like banks and.
I know BLP work good. How long is that gonna take?
Like I said, it usually takes about a year for that final funding.
In the meantime, well, Indian livestock operators are gonna have their cattle starved to death then.
Sunny will, our range department will go out and do their.
Isn't there any aid available to immediately provide aid?
Not under the bear. Not right now.
Because you
But
probably.
like I said, the bear will probably take a year for it to be implemented and approved through, because we're competing with other federal agencies for that bear.
No, and the other agencies, they're always omitting the tribes. So that's what my main concern was, that there's a lot of Indian operators up there with, cattle up there that's gonna need hay replaced because a lot of them burned down.
Sure.
So I was just wondering if there's some kind of program available to immediately provide aid to the tribal members. So we don't have to wait for BIA to, figure out if we need hay or not for a year. That was my question.
Representative Rattling Leaf, I'll have my office look into it to just do some research to find out if there are other resources available for our Indian operators other than the BIA. If there's anything like USDA or some other means, I don't have that answer, but I will look into it for our Indian operators to see what kind of assistance may be available to them.
Besides BIA, is there any tribal officials doing any assessment to find out how many actual Indian operators we have up in that area?
I can answer some of them. So, tribal operators that are affected, I was contacted by at least 4, and I asked them to spread the word to the ones that are in Millette County affected by the fire, to report to TLE and BIA if they have been affected, how much they've been affected. Someone's lease may have totally burned, some may have partially burned, but just to be proactive that they report that as soon as possible, because ones that are affected specifically just by TLE leases, we could possibly do something to help them. Maybe not at this exact last month or 2 of their lease, but some leases may be issued for like a temporary 1-year time next year. That could help them, because even if they burn this year, next year they cannot graze that land. And fencing might and probably have to be done. So stuff like that, because when we dealt with this during the Longhorn fire, that was 2013, 14, somewhere in there. Also, the ones that are directly affected right now that maybe have lands that are tied up in a range unit, there is foreign cattle money that we can help them get through the leasing period now. Also, if it's at least reported now, how we can help them to fulfill their lease window, which would be this month, October, and possibly if there are some that have a 12-year lease, we need to be notified, because maybe we can help them going into the winter months.
And Wayne, what about the ones that have lost cattle? What
I've been
insurance
told
do
that
they
no
have?
cattle are technically lost right now, and that it may not be tribal operators that lost cattle.
Okay.
But once again, they need to report any of their losses to TLE or BIA, those operators should know who they're leasing from. And then they can report to like Sonny Farmer, who is the range unit manager. They can report to Cleve and Adelita at TLE.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam
you.
Chair, I think I still had the floor, and you guys talked all over me. You guys said you guys are good at that. I still had the floor. But I think that it's the responsibility of your program to make that announcement to these Indian operators, because we're good at passing the buck. We can't take the responsibility of taking on a problem. We always say, Joe Blow, you have to go contact Joe Blow. No, Joe Blow. So we're gonna have to make an announcement so these Indian operators know where to contact. They have no idea where to go. So I think that it's our responsibility to direct them where to go to get the immediate answer rather than giving our Oyate the runaround. Now I give up my floor.
Thank you, Mr. Ellie. Apologize for that. I thought Mr. Fredericks was giving you a response for your information to your question. That's why I allowed him to have the floor. But we will get something out to the Indian operators. Sherry, Emily, Mike.
Thank you. What did the acronyms for BEAR stand for?
There, it's burned.
I'll let you go, sorry.
Burned area stabilis, or there, BEAR. I'll have to look it up. I can get that to you. I'm a fire guy too.
That's okay.
Burned area stabilization.
Burn area emergency response.
Yep.
Okay.
I give you 3 chances.
Thank you. And then, so the cause of this here, it's mentioned, what's the procedures for that?
We brought in a fire investigator and we're waiting for his report back.
Okay.
So right now they're in the process of writing the report and they're gonna try to get it back to us as soon as possible.
Okay. And then, for the,
Other persons still being investigated. Yeah, you said there's some other persons.
are there other arsons that are being investigated still
For that fire?
for this one?
No,
And
the other fires.
Oh, for other fires?
Yeah, you reported that were arson calls and you guys are investigating it. Can you give us a status report on that?
Sure, yeah, they're,
Without naming names.
okay. Yeah, there's still, there's, the fire investigator still, doing his report and investigating on those fires.
so what happens in those instances? Are charges pressed?
We send that up to the regional office and we're hoping that it would be forwarded off to the appropriate officials for charges.
To the tribal court?
Probably, yeah. One thing is some of the tribal laws they need to be updated as far as RC fires.
Okay.
It's really not, yeah, they just need to be updated.
Okay.
They're really lacking.
Okay. Thank you for that. As far as the, like, assistance, I know that if we as a council declare a disaster, that they could, our operators could, go to FSA and NRCS for, relief. But what are the parameters around deeming something a disaster? Is there, something that exists that gives us like some guidance or guidelines?
I'm not sure about that. That would be a tribal function that I'm sure Bob could assist with that.
Okay, do we know how many tribal operators are affected? Or is that something?
Yeah,
that
that's
we're
something
still
that still waiting on, and we're getting that map together too, but yeah, we're still.
And that's the burn area emergency response team that's.
No, we're putting our own map just to see what tribal trust lines is affected in the tribe.
Okay, have you guys been in contact with TLE and?
DLE's called and been asking for updates and it's still has our range.
Okay. All right.
Emily, and then Mike.
Thank you. I have a couple notes, I'm just gonna sit if that's okay. The first one is just quickly, in the report, it said human cause, so is that still under investigation, or do you know?
That's still under
about it?
investigation. That's just the preliminary, cause right now. But yeah, it's not natural like lightning.
Okay, and then secondly, where's my note? I just wanted to kind of give an update to all council. He mentioned earlier, and in the report, it says it's only 40% contained, so that means it's still burning. So a lot of this right now is still firefighting and not assessment. And so a lot of the questions that I know we're asking, especially for our people, aren't going to be able to be answered until we get that assessment. That's why, as Mr. Frederick mentioned, anybody with those things come forward now, because I think there's a way that we could probably start cataloging those types of things while we're still waiting for it to actually be put out and those types of things. So in the past, when he mentioned the Longhorn fire, there was like a special team, kind of, I think it started at Land and Natural, and then we set up special meetings until the bear was established. And the reason why I mentioned that is because I don't want to lose any time. I think there might be some learning curve. I think we just might need to get organized a little bit. And so I would just suggest maybe, since Land and Natural isn't seated yet, maybe if the BIA, President's Office, or in TLE, or whoever else can kind of form our own little mini team so that we can get started on those. I think that will give our people places to contact. It will keep us all in better communication. And I think it would actually help the bear team whenever they're ready to get started to actually have some of that preliminary work done. So again, I just want to go back to, we need those assessments. Like Wayne said, every lease is different. And so some leases might be almost done. Some might still have some months left. So that's again why we need to do that assessment. And so my last question, I guess, is, do we require in any of our policies insurance on our land? And if we do, does that insurance typically cover fire? And I'm asking because with not only this instance, but just with the, our global climate change, just with our future, the way it's looking, I'd like to be able to plan for those types of things. And so I'm just wondering, do we currently have an insurance?
As far as wildland fire, the BI, we don't have any really policy on insurance.
How about like on the leases of our lands? Do we require any of our leases to carry insurance? And if we do, because I thought we did, does that require, or does that cover fire?
I'm not sure, maybe you have.
Yeah, so, that's why it's important that if people that are operators are operating with a range unit, they need to make sure and get with Sonny Farmer at BIA, and TLE would be Cleve and Adelita. But as for fire insurance, some people, it's not required on TLE leases, but NAP insurance is required for range units, and that's in our governing policy. And NAP does cover fire, but it's also it's a subsidized fire protection through NRCS, and it's actually kind of touchy, I guess you'd say. When they evaluate it, it's a 50% of your total leases have to be affected. So it's kind of wishy-washy. Like when the fire went through my range unit in Carter area, it literally, the range unit was like 12 quarters, but then only 5 were affected. So then I didn't qualify for NAP insurance. So that's kind of a loophole that's kind of messy.
Like you said, too, right now, our main priority is put the fire out and firefighter safety,
Okay.
along with the public.
My last question.
Are you still going?
I have one last question, was just a suggestion, because in the past, this was a really big issue that took a long time, is if there are going to be assessments being done and we potentially have loss of hay ground or something like that, I would suggest our land offices and the BIA and everybody appropriate work together right now to identify some of these lands that maybe isn't being used, that might have been free use, that might have just, we don't know what happened during the pandemic, because it's going to be coming into a hay fight pretty soon, and we want to help our operators who need that extra. So I just wanted to throw that out there if we could get a head start on that, identifying that. Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, I'll pick up a little bit, what Emily just mentioned. And I guess I would be asking somebody like Wayne, how long would it be? Oh, well, first, let's assume, how many more tribal acres are being rent right now? I mean, do we still have,
Right now, the fire is pretty much down. We're just securing all the hot spots along the perimeter of the fire. So that's what they're doing here for the next week, just to make sure that's out and it doesn't rekindle and take off again. So
how much is a lot of it in what county, or more in what county? All of it, basically? Okay. And then, I guess, somebody like Wayne and yourself, these pastures they burn, how long does it take for them to come back to a point where they can be used again?
The next,
Mike?
usually 2 years.
And I know,
2 seasons.
I know there's some things that contingent on, the drought and all that stuff, moisture.
Right.
and whatnot.
Mike,
But generally, if conditions are good, 2 years,
You could pasture on the second year.
well, I think it's significant to know that. I'm sorry, Jeremy.
so, the reason I was, trying to get your attention, Mike, when somebody has the floor and you need a question, we're gonna get used to doing things the way we need to.
I took my.
So
kids to
your
you guys.
question, like when Wayne's interjecting, Wayne will have to hold his thought unless the next person that's going to be getting the floor, forfeits their time for Wayne to answer. Because this is how we get off track is when, you're talking about something and a council rep that does not have the floor interjects into the conversation. That's the best way for us to get off track as, Mr. Edley was still speaking and then Wayne interjected. So let's try to remember, council, to hold your thought if you have a response to something that's on the floor. Ask for the floor and then you can get your floor to answer that question.
Yeah, I asked for his opinion. I thought.
Yeah. But at the same time, you cut off the next person, which would have been Sherry. So it would be Sherry and then Wayne could answer after that. So if you're done, Mr. Bolts, Sherry, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, this question's, for you and us as the council. Do we have any sort of relief that we could be offering once, all the data that Councilwoman, Boyd Valandra mentioned? I don't know if we have any stock of hay or anything like that from any of our, tribal entities.
As I stated to Mr. Adlingleaf, I am going to look into it. That's not a question I can answer right off the top of my head. I don't know what resources we have, but I will look into it in order for us to do that. I'll also meet with the superintendent and the EPP director to determine whether or not we need to declare a disaster. If so, then that will be coming out of my office to the council for us to declare a disaster from this fire.
Thank you.
So that further assistance can be provided.
Okay, and do you think along with that you could get a recommendation, like a guidance sheet that shows in any future fires, when specific factors are involved, that it would automatically declare a disaster, so we could so that's an assessment that the president could make in the incident of another fire? Thank you.
Any other questions on the fire, Ben?
Yes, sir. No, I just wanted to let Ray know, thank you very much for coming and giving us an update. And again, it's just a report. The fire isn't done yet. It's just a report. That's what I wanted, just to get insight of what's going on, how you guys doing stuff. But I mean, the fire is not put out yet and you guys haven't closed out that area. So I just wanted to get an update on it. That's all I wanted to do. But thank you very much for bringing us and thank you.
Okay. If there's no more questions for Superintendent Hart, then we thank him for giving his report.
I'll move to.
Mike?
There's one more comment. The price of hay is going to start to go up in the immediate area, I'll guarantee you. So.
Is that just a comment? You don't want nothing back?
For my assistance, I suggest we strike her.
Yes. Ben?
Yeah, I second Wayne's motion to approve his report, yeah, his update.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed? 0. Not voting?
0. Thank you, Mr. Hart.
Before you move forward to your
Comment for Ray.
okay, it was an executive decision to put him on because it was not on the agenda, but because of the emergency condition, that's why he was able to give the report.
It sounds very.
I just wanted to make a comment. because I don't know my role here, but I just wanted to offer to BIA or Mr. Hart or anybody else, if they do need assistance or they need an extra person on the fair team, I was part of it in the past, and so I can bring some of that experience forward if we need a seat from this body. So that's what I offer. Thank you.
Council, we're at the end of the agenda that was approved last week. And so before we adjourn for the day, I want to share something with you. When I left on Thursday, I gave specific direction as to what was to happen. Coming into this position, any advice I get, any legal information I need to obtain for the decisions I make or actions I take as the seat of the president, I will always make sure that I talk to somebody before I do things. I had questions as to why I did not announce to anybody who my team was at the very beginning of my term. The reason I did not is because I was waiting for one more to confirm. On Wednesday and Thursday, Representative Fredericks asked me about getting my team approved. I had said on the first day of council, when I was sworn in, that I would be giving a report as far as my team, my presidential team.
Cabinet?
And I said I would be doing that at our next meeting. Because I left and things came up on the floor that was not on the agenda, I take this time to call all motions made that day out of order. When it comes to the duties of the president, advertising positions will come from me to the HR director to the council. I have a legal opinion here for anyone that is questioning why I'm calling this motion out of order. I have the legal opinion as to my right to call that meeting out of order. As the president, I had closed the agenda and I had asked the vice president only to finish taking information from Blake, and then we were to recess until today. No one had asked to divert. Everything that I'm saying to you is in here. I'm not going to go extensively into it. I will hand out the legal opinion. It is in my right, in my power, to call that meeting out of order anything after Blake came to the floor. So, Tina, if you'll hand this out.
We did a lot of things that afternoon that, we did travel motions, we did a motion to advertise positions, 2 positions that are really important, especially with winter coming. The LEAP director does need to be advertised. I don't understand why you're waiting. Could you let
I'll
us know?
call a point of order, Sherry, because I just said that's not a part of the discussion.
Madam Chair, you can't call point of order on me
I'll
for
call you
asking
point
the
of order
question.
again, and if I call point of order again, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the meeting. You get 2 point of orders called on you. The third one, you're asked to leave the meeting.
I've read our council rules of order, so I know that. I don't think that you're following the proper procedure. I asked you a question, and instead of answering it, you're calling point of order on me.
Because it's not a part of the discussion, I'm just letting you know that I called Friday's meeting out of order because none of that was on the agenda. Further discussion of anything that happened that day, that's all out of order. So it's not a part of today's discussion, but we will discuss it again.
I'll make a motion to divert from the agenda and discuss all of the motions made after Blake's.
That had to come up on the day the agenda was read into the meeting. If you read what was just given to you, you'll understand why I'm saying this. Emily?
I just had clarification on, or wanted clarification on the use of Attorney General. I thought that at our last meeting, we were going to develop what we wanted to have our Attorney General do. And so I was just wondering when it became the President's Office's legal counsel.
This was our attorney's recommendation to have Blake come up with the opinion. Mainan and Sherry.
Yes, this doesn't clarify what was said at that meeting. I don't know what motions were made. And, the only motion that I know of that you, kind of alluded to was a motion to seat your cabinet. And we are now into the second week. How long are we gonna take to acknowledge your cabinet?
I told you I would do that at our next regular meeting.
You didn't say that.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You said read that and then let's
When I was sworn in on the 4th, I said that I would give it in a report to what my actions were going to be and my decisions for my cabinet. Sherry and then, Chris.
Just for the record, for public people, so it's okay for our LEAP director to be a director of LEAP and still the chief of staff. Okay, thanks, President.
Is that the issue? I'm confused. Is that the
Well,
issue?
that's what I'm alluding to.
She's not the director of the app.
Oh, so we can.
See, you guys aren't letting me, give you my report. If you let me give my report, as soon as I'm finished finding out all the legal ramifications of decisions that are being made, then I'll get that report out to you. Sherry, Lila, Tolt.
So, this question's for Mr. Treasurer. The budget modification that we did in the funding allocation, has that been done for the ambulance service? And this is the last pay period of the fiscal year that's coming up? Okay, so, were they paid?
Payroll's on Wednesday, so I hope they're paid on Wednesday after.
Okay, so that's also gonna be rescinded as well. I guess we as a council are the ones who are in charge of this body here, not you, Madam President. We chair the meeting, and whatever motions this council wants to make and action we want to take, we're able to do that. And this is out of order because we didn't ask Blake for an opinion. Thank you.
Lila, Tolt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we go back to doing things the right way. It's really important that, and I'm at fault for this as well, but when we have our agenda, we really need to stick to our agenda. As it is, it's hard to follow, when we get our monthly reports and all that. We rarely finish it. But, I'm gonna state this as well, that when I came upon council a year ago, we have asked in personnel for the chairman at that time to present his cabinet so we can approve. And that never happened. There was resistance to that and it never happened. So I think, I don't know what the big deal is, as well as personnel with what Representative Eaglebear presented. That's a personnel issue. It shouldn't be here at council. And the other thing is that we need to work together. The abruptness, that's what the people don't like. They want us to work together. So, I just want to reiterate that, how we should do things appropriately by our ordinances, by our resolutions. And this body is the governing body of the tribe, yes. And also, but we just started, and we need to come together to find solutions for the goodness of our people. Everything falls back on that. And I know I was gonna bring that up as well. I was aware that we did make a motion, Mr. Treasurer, for the ambulance service. And it was to give them $125,000, I believe.
Transfer $125,000 out and.
Okay, so that's the, that is kind of important to me. So, Madam Chair, are we able to ratify that and do it today or not? Or what happened?
Wasn't that already on the floor prior to the end of that meeting? Because in a different meeting, it came up and you guys wanted more information on it.
This was different. They brought it to the door, so I was gonna bring it up, and then they brought it to the treasurer, so the treasurer brought it up, ready to his report.
Yeah. So Emily was gonna bring it up, it went to emergency, because they weren't gonna get paid.
So when is it on a deadline?
They didn't have enough payroll. They transferred 5,000 from the contract to the ambulance to the payroll Wednesday.
For ambulance to make the pay? Okay,
So
because that's financial, it is an urgency. So I'll make a decision to go ahead and fill that through. It will be an executive decision due to finances. It's just the same as with resolutions. Resolution shouldn't be going through unless it's for financial or meeting grant deadlines. Emily and then Sherry.
It wasn't me.
Oh, was it? Oh, Tolton and then Sherry, sorry.
For the Oyate watching this and listening to this, here we go again. Here we go again. And we're just starting out. The people voted us in. We work for the people. We better knock this crap off right now. Because you can see division here. You can see people nodding their head and little smirks. You know, if that's the case and it's going to be like this during our meetings, then we better work every day of the month, 7 days a week, 5 days a week. We all better come in here when we don't have nothing, no other committee meetings, nothing, because we work for the people. Our salary is paid for the people. So maybe when someone's not on committee for 4 days and doesn't meet, then maybe we should be sitting at this council chambers, ready to rover, ready to make decisions for the people. That's what we should be doing. I know down at one of the other tribes, they have offices and they work every day of the week. So people can come in and visit with them. Maybe that's what we need to do here. So that way this stuff here doesn't come, because we have other reservations watching us right now. And they're probably laughing at us. Because we're not serving the people in the right way. There's division here. You can feel it, you guys. We gotta pull this together. We're trying to make change because, as we discussed earlier, none of this stuff was ever followed through. We never went by what was in this book. And now that we're trying to, there's going to be questions and division. So, you know, let's work for the people, and maybe we should start coming every day, Monday through Friday, to work for the people and to discuss all these things in a good way and in a good manner. For the people, because we work for the people. Our programs work for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Totes. And for council's information, I did not discuss that on the floor because it is a personnel issue. It is not finalized yet, and we don't discuss personnel issues on the floor. This is why I said I would put it in my report. I want to remind you all, or share my feelings, and that is that we need to work together. And we need to do things right. When I ask other people for advice, when I ask for legal advice, when I ask for advice from people that have sat here longer than I or you have sat here, I take that advice as they're telling me things right so that I don't make mistakes. But if they're not telling me right, then I'm going to make a mistake and you're all going to hold me accountable, like our conversation now. I asked all these questions prior to making my decisions. And now, after one I made at the very beginning on September 4th, I had to retract what I said because I took advice that was not accurate. Leaving that circle and coming to this chair, there are things that I'm not aware of that I still have to learn. And if I have to learn from my mistakes, I'm not afraid to say I made a mistake. But I want to make sure that I'm doing it right. Personnel issues don't get discussed on this floor. Those are administratively held. So that is why I said I would put it in my report, because it is a personnel issue that I need to resolve before I bring it here in my report. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Sherry and then Emily and Bob.
Thank you. You know, it's not always easy making decisions here and working with each other and trying to hold each other accountable. There's a lot of things that come into play. We're talking about working together and respecting each other, and we need to respect each other's constitutional authority. The Constitution does say that the president of the Rosebud Sioux tribe oversees programs as the council gives him or her the authority. This council has always advertised for director positions. This council has always brought emergency legislation to the floor when something's important. And back in Cyril Scott's administration, that's when this council started making travel motions on the floor. That's just a resolution that states that if council wants to travel, they need to bring a resolution and get it approved. That's something that we could rescind, and we could give everybody a specific amount of travel for the year, and they could be cut off if they hit that limit. So that way we're not having to bring alternative things. There's an event in Wounded Knee tomorrow that some of us would like to attend, but we need a travel motion for that. So and then the shortfalls and programs that come up. The ambulance service issue. I don't understand why or what your whole reasoning is for calling the meeting out of order after that. After you left the meeting, Vice President was the chair and she allowed it on the floor. I think if Peebles and Kidder is going to go against the tribal council and write something against the tribal council's decision, then maybe they should be dealt with over that. I don't agree with Blake as special county and attorney ruling on something or even drafting an opinion without this council's approval. Like Councilwoman Boyd Valandra said we would discuss all the things that he was going to bring forth and that committee was going to bring forth. I also want to say that anytime I bring something up at this council level, it's because either my community wants to know, or they're worried about it, or I'm worried about it. When you announced your cabinet and your staff at our swearing in that day, a lot of people were worried about LEAP position. And that day, my intention was to fill all our vacancies. We're talking about vacancies for committees, for the council, and vacancies at large, and vacancies are important as well for our directors program. That LEAP position is very important. Winter is upon us, and I don't want to wait to advertise and then set up interviews in a month or two. I'd like to do it right away. So I do think that when it comes to division and talking about working together, we do need to work together, but our constitutional authority needs to be respected as well. And when we get the floor, because we ask something that you don't like, you can't just call point of order on us because you think that, or you're disagreeing with me, Madam Chair. I really want you to be a successful chairwoman. I do, because you're setting the precedence for all of us women who would one day hope to sit in that seat. So I'm not sitting here trying to resist you, trying to fight you, or any of you here for that matter. I'm not here to fight anybody. I'm here to make decisions for the tribe. And if you do call this out of order and those meetings out of order, we're going to have to revisit it again. And it's going to get put on the agenda again. So I just want to speak my piece because I feel that things get heated when it comes to things, and I don't know what your motive is behind this. I don't know if you felt like we slighted you or tried to slide something in when you were gone, and that wasn't my intention. We had a ton of things that needed to get done. We just tried to get them done. We talked about the chief of police, legislative affairs, a few other director positions too. We closed the open until filled status of general operations because there's like 11 applicants. So we took a lot of action that day that I feel is going to be steps backwards if you do call it out of order.
Just to response, very short and brief. I'm trying to stick to the agenda. And that was my purpose, to stick to the agenda. And some of what you said, I read too. I'm not going to debate it today. I will go ahead and allow the resolution or the motions for anything that did not have to do with personnel. So the motion that Wayne's talking about and the travel, but anything having to do with any of the personnel positions, those I will not lift. But the other ones I will. So those decisions will continue to be tabled because they are personnel issues. And I will have Eric give an opinion. That's what I just got done saying. I don't want to make mistakes. And so I ask for legal opinions. And I asked Eric for the legal opinion as our tribal attorney. And it was his decision to go with Cable, not mine. And so when I listen to people that are telling me this is the way it should be done, I feel that they should be giving me the proper advice because they've been here longer than I have been here. Longer than we've all been sitting here. And so if I'm going to do things right, I'm going to ask for those legal opinions. And so what I'm trying to do is get us to stay on the agenda so we can get meetings done, to do things properly and accurately, the way they're supposed to be done, because for so long they weren't. And yeah, I did feel, and I did share it with Vice President, how I felt that day. When I was a council rep, there were things that I had made motions on, there were things that I did that action was taken when I wasn't here. You start to kind of feel like, is there an intention why these things are happening when you're not here? When you're not here to defend yourself, when you're not here to say why, and everybody moves on without you. Sitting as the president, I didn't feel that would ever happen to me again. I thought that authority of making decisions administratively for our tribal members that are employees was my responsibility because that's what it says in the Constitution. I asked our secretary to get all the amendments to the personnel manual because amendments are not involved in there. There are decisions that are being made that a lot of you don't know about because there's no amendment to that personnel manual. A lot of what I say is from what I read out of that manual. So if I'm wrong and if you're wrong, we'll agree to disagree and we'll get along. But I'd like to do things right. And that was my intent. Bob?
I think, Emily,
You're the elder, I'll let you go first. Thank you. Thank you for remembering me though.
Ale, taku on lila I brugtang lewan ale, lila ota, niche ota unha. As that we're, I'll say it in English. We're too busy fighting amongst each other. We haven't done a damn thing for the past 4 or 5 days that we've been meeting. We didn't do a damn thing. We just argue amongst ourselves. And what the hell do we vote for? We ran for election and we said we're going to help people. And I don't think we even helped not one member out there yet. Because we're too busy fighting amongst each other. We're talking about progressing and we take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Let's get on with this monkey and horse show, man. And now we have to get ni chachni gab. And they to oi check out this khalal ata nikti zabokanishna. And they to akib khab. Niepshni, and they to rata get akib khab. Chalena ktizabshnia taku di lushtang takha. The ata committee of meet yung tashkimna ata le 1 or 2 weeks now. We don't even have a committee yet. We hardly ever meet as a committee anyway, so you all be, Madam Chair, maybe we shouldn't have any committees. Just get on with the business here. And just like Tote said, have meetings 5 days a week. We're too busy trying to select a committee, and then when the committees are set, we don't even meet. Hena uate kia chai akipha. Niepsni. Let fokel the apentuk let fokel well pata kia ukiok takha. Ata bahata sluta fleta tomhelu kagam nas na kekuta kia unku. Boy, Crispy Nome really did a number on you guys. She was talking about she promotes divisiveness in the world. You could see that here. Everybody talks about working together. My sister said a prayer this morning. We're not even observing that. My kola said to sang the flag song. We're not even on, we're not doing anything in an honorable way. Talena taku inichishin togna glustam na ha uate ki oichakapo. Hene chaki pub chat twin we're not doing it. We're too busy fighting amongst each other. And if, Your Honor, if we're going to continue fighting, I'm just going to ask for excuse and I'm going to go home. I could go home and fight with my wife if I'm going to be fighting here. Now, I don't want to be present here if you guys want to continue with this fight. Thank you.
Emily, Mike, Sherry, Lane.
Thank you, for the floor. Apologize for sitting. I also apologize for speaking in English and not our Lakota language. I often hold a lot of shame because I don't have that, and hearing it repeatedly in these meetings, does a number on your mental health. But I just want to try to remember that it was not my failure to learn. It was the failure of the generation before me to teach. So I just wanted to start by that because it gets very disheartening to hear that every single day or every single meeting. Secondly, I just want to point out that these are hard decisions, and this is what our job is to do, is to sit around and have hard decisions. And if we're going to get scolded or get ashamed or get talked down on for having these hard decisions, then why are we in these seats if we don't want to have these hard decisions? I was flabbergasted because I couldn't understand what this was for. I didn't understand, and now having here that you're only going to rule one thing out of order, I wish you would have just addressed that at the beginning, because it put a lot of things off of when it was really just a personal issue that you had with your staff. Because for me, you introduced her as your staff. We thought we were sitting here, we thought we were helping you. We thought that we were taking a step to do that. You look at the vote, everybody was in favor, nobody against, nobody opposed. There was no ill intent. There was no bad whatever was going on. I thought we were helping move forward in a good way. So to hear all this, that's the political fight. This paper is using our own resources against us. That's the issue. So I take high offense, I hate to sound like whatever, but I sit here and try to be humble. I try to learn. I try to be respectful. I try to be Lakota, even though I don't know my language. And this to me is not Lakota. This is blindsided. Everything was ruled out of order. So the recess, we shouldn't even be meeting today if that was ruled out of order. Why was that not the first thing addressed today? Second of all, I'd like to make a motion reiterating what I thought we had all discussed and came to an agreement at that meeting, that we do not get to use this law office against our own people or against this body. This is a resource for our people, for this body. So I'd like to make a motion that no one is allowed to use this resource unless it comes from council motion or council resolution.
Second.
His direction was under the Attorney General ordinance, is what he, council.
Motion on the floor.
Second.
Question?
Madam Chair, I wish to table this discussion. I think it's prolonging
Pardon? I can't hear you, Mike.
I move to table this discussion on this matter at this point because I think it just furthers I don't think we're going to get much done today, So I think we need to just step back and take a breather.
Lila?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a motion on the floor to table.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
If you don't get a second, that's fine.
Awesome. Need a second. Lila? Question?
The motion to table doesn't require a question.
All in favor of tabling the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate something that, a 1 year ago to now, there's a lot that's happened. And it was election year. So, we're sitting here now, it's like a clean slate, we're ready to move. But I'm sitting here and I got some messages, and this isn't very nice to watch, they said. You guys need to regroup and quit challenging each other's authority. I sit here and I raise my hand for the betterment of 30,000 members that we have up there. That's my intent. Every day when I wake up, that's what I think about. And, I sit here with honor, and I respect each and every one of you, because this is what people chose. A lot of things have gone to the wayside. When I came back, I seen a lot of things kind of, change. And it's like, whoa, okay, so this is what we're going to do now. But it's very important that, we follow our agenda, we follow what, people like the administration have their own people to work with. And I didn't see that an issue here prior. So I'm just saying that let's have that respect for administration, for our vice president, our president, and let them present that when they're ready. Let them present that when they're ready. Also, like I said, personnel, that doesn't belong here. It belongs with them. And thirdly, what used to happen, and I think probably should still happen, and is probably written in the HR job description, is she's the one who used to come here and bring her stuff to the admin, but they would come here and tell us, okay, these are open, blah, blah, blah. We should do them all together and have her come here and introduce that to us, if possible. That way we know what I'm confused as well. I know we made motions to open change the chief of police. The administrator is no longer going to be there. We're going to change it to chief of police. So that position needs to be advertised. We also have, what other positions, general operations. I've been getting questions on those as to when we're going to choose these people. So for the public out there, those that are asking and those that have filled out their applications, we're going to need to get a time frame to them, because I know those are, really important positions here within the tribe. So that, goes back to HR. I did make a motion a while back that when HR, we do interviews here, that, she does come and conduct the interviews or be a part of it with us. So just, putting things back together, that's where I'm looking at how we all have a job to do. And we all have our communities. And our communities, they hold us accountable. Mine holds me accountable. And, our people are patient. The people are very patient. If they don't like to ask us for things because they don't want to cause disruption or, make anybody mad. But that is their right. And we sit here and represent them. I represent your community, you represent my communities. They can come to you if they choose to. So, bottom line here is, I think about it. I look at this, look at Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the flag, all this, Imata. I'm really proud. I'm really proud to be a Rosebud Sioux tribal member. And I'm honored to serve my people, because a lot of things have been on the back burner, and it's going to be tough. but we gotta get moving, but let's do it in a good way. Let's do it in a positive way. Because when we start, having that, disruption here, we don't get anywhere. And I do agree. I always wish we could work every day. I wish I had an office here that I could sit at and work because there's so much to do. And at some point, they're going to have, maybe we'll have a working council. I'd like to see that because that's what the problem is that this is IRA 1934 and we're in 2024. How many years later, so there's a lot of things to look at there as well. So I appreciate you guys listening to me and saying what I have to say. Thank you.
There's nothing else. We have a motion to adjourn. Ready?
Yeah, thank you. I did not mean disrespect by motioning to seat your cabinet, Miss Chairman. That is done out of respect. And that is because if you were to have two meetings being held consecutively at the same time, boom, boom, and the chairman cannot attend, the chairman can pick who they want to attend, but if they have a chief of staff, a lot of times the chairman appoints their chief of staff to go to a meeting for them. They cannot speak on behalf of the tribe if they are not seated properly. It would be like tribal council being elected and then not being sworn in and say, okay, we'll have a meeting, we'll talk and make motions. And according to the Constitution, it says that the council will, by resolution, acknowledge the chairperson's cabinet. That's not really a political issue personnel issue. Every chairman has a cabinet that they appoint, and then council shows respect usually in acknowledging that cabinet so that they can hit the ground running. And in a sense, like this fire is an emergency right now going on, the public, our people have to know who they can contact. They can not just contact the chairperson, they contact the secretaries of them, the chief of staff. And that's why we directed the secretary and the in-house attorney to devise the resolution and bring back, basically would be today, or it would be on our next council meeting. But usually if it's been sitting 2 weeks, the next time we meet, we would bring it on the floor. And that's why we made that motion to do that, because we want you to have full power of your office to do what you need to do. And by Constitution, it says that you have a motion to devise a resolution to be brought forth to acknowledge your cabinet. And I thought that's what we were doing out of respect. Like Emily said, the vote count was like no one contesting. The vote count was unanimous to acknowledge your choice of who you want to work with. So I don't know why I got singled out basically to say that I was challenging your authority. I thought I was giving you your authority. So, sorry.
So once again, there is something that I want to discuss, and it's a personnel issue. And that's why I have not brought it to the floor yet. It was going to be in my report. And in the past, thank you for wanting to finally follow it. My last year of term when I came in, I said the same thing that you all are saying, that the president's office staff needed to be approved by this body. And years gone back, every year, if you were to research it, when was the last time that the chief of staff, all the employees that are under the president's people, the vice presidents, when was the last time a resolution was done? When was the last time it ever came here? It never has, as long as I've been here for 10 years.
It did this time.
We've acknowledged Scott's.
Okay, well, I wasn't here, so I wasn't aware. So just let me finish, please. So I was glad that I was able to finally bring that forward because I wasn't aware of that it had been brought up with Scott's. Because when we came in, we asked about that and it never came up. It never came up at that time, so it came up now. There's a lot of misunderstanding today as to what I'm saying, and everybody's got their own interpretation of what I violated. And once again, I did not ask for that attorney to do that. I asked our attorney to do that. It was his choice to have people do that for us. So the finger is getting pointed at me and so forth, but I don't want to discuss that. I have something to present, and that's why I was waiting. That day that I came in, nobody said anything. It was never discussed until now. But as Representative Bradley said, we need to get on and stop the arguing. We need to get along, unless we're going to sit here every day and have a meeting every day, as Toad said. But it's time to move on. And like I said earlier, I'm trying to have a medium here. Everything that was included in all those motions, I'm fine with. But I would like to continue to do the personnel. I don't know what part of the manual you read, but the part I read says that. If in the Constitution, it's the president that does this. And that's what I was following. The Personnel Policy and Procedures Manual is very contradictory, and that's why I brought that up last week. For example, before I move on, the thing with the policy where it changed the medical marijuana card, when you read the policy that's out there, that's even on our website, it doesn't talk about it, but it is an amendment. In an amendment that was presented to me, I'm not going to talk about the full details of it, but there was a resolution and a change to the personnel policies and procedures that was brought up in 2021, which gave the president the authority to delegate, to place somebody in a position for a given amount of time. We have had this occur with a lot of our positions here. I'm not going to bring them all up. If you want a report on it, I'll give it to you, but we've delegated different people to different supervisory director positions for the last 4, 5, 6 years. They have sat in these positions as acting, also holding 2 positions as a director of this place and that place. That has already occurred. I was trying to do things right with my decision, and that's what I was going to put in there. Everyone's under the misinterpretation that something's happening that's not supposed to be happening. It's a personnel issue, so I'm not going to discuss it, but I will put it in my report. And with the personnel manual that I'm giving out to you, you'll see what I'm talking about. But with everything that was brought up, other than personnel, then I'm fine with that going through. I talked to Lisa about it after the meeting adjourned, and I said, when I left, I had said, we're gonna adjourn after Blake's done, and then we'll recess until Monday. That was my expectation when I left. That's what I was told that I was supposed to be doing. So, in all fairness, meeting that halfway point, everything other than the personnel issues, I'm not going to be saying, I'm not going to make that statement that I'm going to call those things out of order, but I will call anything having to do with personnel issues out of order on the decisions that were made on Thursday. Bob? Oh, I thought you had your hand up. Butcher.
Thank you. So, Councilman Bolts made a motion to table the discussion or to table Emily's motion.
Motion.
Oh, the discussion. I thought it was-
So,
was it discussion?
So can a tabling motion come up, Mr. Bolts, to table a discussion when there's a motion on the floor?
Well, or the discussion around it. I use the term discussion because there had been a motion made. And pardon me, it's a matter of semantic. I should have said motion.
Okay, to table her motion.
Indirectly, I meant the motion. And again, I only,
You can table a motion.
I only suggested the tabling motion because I think we need to cool things off a bit.
No, I get that. I was just asking to clarify if you were tabling the discussion or the motion because
Tabling the motion.
tabling the motion. Okay, because the discussion continued, so I was just confused because you didn't say discussion. No, that's okay. One other thing, you know, I keep hearing maybe we should work every day. I do work every day. I just want the public listening to know I work every day on all my committees. Sometimes I work till like 8 at night, sometimes 10, it just depends. So, the idea of sitting in a council meeting every day, that's not something appealing to me. Days that we don't have committee meetings, I really get a lot of footwork done. That's the time where you get to get the work done because when you're here, it's all this discussion, it's all whatnot. We make decisions on things that are being finalized, but to actually get the footwork done on things, those are the non-meeting days or the committee meeting days. So I just don't want the public to think that when I don't have committee or council that I'm not working. So I can only speak for myself on that. Also, I do think that I know that I could make a motion to appeal the chair's decision, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to let that go. I would like to hear what the plan is for these two positions that are very important that need to be advertised and hired. The chief of police position really needs to be advertised because the fiscal year is coming up. And if we are going to change the fiscal year, or if we're going to change the chief administrator to the chief of police, then we're going to need to make a budgetary change because the chief of police is still in the contract as well as the chief administrator. So we're going to have to fund one when it comes to the fiscal year. So that is one of the reasons why that was a pressing issue. And the LEAP director position, like Emily said, like Wayne said, we thought we were helping. And I do think that that's something that needs to be advertised right away. Because we need to know where we're going to send our people or what we should tell our community members as far as that position.
Ben?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I wanted to clarify that motion that Mike made, and I still young, I hope. I did hear you say the discussion. And that's what I was kind of hoping that we would move on.
I meant both.
But no, but that's what I'm saying. I was thinking that the discussion part of it, and that's kind of what we're at. So, because I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say about both of this type of stuff. But to give you the respect, I wait until everything is done before I bring up my question because I have to remember it and make sure it's my turn to speak. So with that, again, there's so much, discussion, maybe argumentative type stuff, I think. But I know I can see now we're moving backwards rather than moving forwards. So these are things I want to make sure that we understand as a council, as a governing body, that we need to clarify and support. And I see this when I first came on council, there was like maybe 4 council reps here. Everybody else is friendly. Everybody else says, "Hey, good morning. How you doing?" Shake your hands. But some of the ones that don't, it's almost like back in high school and boom, walking the other way. So I was like, okay. I mean, I guess that's their opinion, but it leads onto this floor here. Also here, it comes back on here. So when you don't greet each other, it's a tough situation. And I already see that. I see that. I've seen that since I first got on council, and I see it today. And I know Councilor Bradley said last week, if you're not going to do anything, shut up. If you're not going to do anything, shut up about it. So I was like, wow, this is interesting. I was like, no. So to me, that's what I think that we're doing right now. We need to make sure we move forward. And I know we did discuss a situation earlier about the chief administrator. I wasn't aware of it. I was still not aware of it, that issue of what they just moved him in there. I didn't know that. I thought it came here. So all those answers, are questions we need answers to. And I know you have that capability of doing that right now. So I'm letting it play out. I'm supporting you to make sure that you make these decisions in a timely manner and also, to give us an understanding of it. This cell phone right here that we got, travel cell phone, I think one of them said you didn't get yours yet. But when I first came on board, this thing was constantly, constantly. And I don't answer to that, especially when it starts discussing other issues, things that they're going to be discussing here. The only thing that should be bringing out is stuff like, the fire, how important that is, or even like, I guess any weather related type issues that should be coming out. This has been quiet since, he mentioned last week about, making decisions already coming here to council. That, it got quiet after that. I said, man, so I don't know if I'm a part of another group chat or not. I don't know, I mean, so, but nothing's been on there since then, which is crazy. And I'm just like, wow, this is really interesting, so, but in the meantime, I guess to move things forward, I always say, psychology wise, I guess they turn up the heat so that everybody can get all upset. So I know the past couple of weeks here, we've been dealing with the temperature and stuff here too. So I think that's kind of what's going on here. Everybody's getting a little heated, and that's kind of the problem with it too. But I would honestly say, these things to move forward on, that's what I want to do. I mean, I got a lot to say, but I want to be here as long as we have to be here. So, because I mean, there is some, I guess, opinions, maybe some guidelines or solutions type deal, because again, we need to work together and not apart. I know everybody's probably getting a lot of the information from Facebook right now because they're watching us, but I would like to see us support each other as we move forward, especially on decisions. And, my take on a lot of this stuff, I mean, it's not one side or the other side. I don't want to do that, because I've seen that so much, the division. Seen it in the police department, seen it all over the place, the division. Oh, she's just supporting her, so I'm going to be with them. Well, he's supporting them, I'm going to be with, I don't like that. I'd rather see we're all doing this for the betterment of our people. And it's really hard because people say that, it's not even our supported people. It's more like we got to show them that. We got to show them that. So that's why I'm here. I want to make sure that all the things that we're doing, like we said before too, we made motions on that petition resolution type deal and it wasn't being followed. So those are the things I like to see as we move forward. But again, having a lot more discussion. I mean, I think we all should have an opinion on that. All 20 council reps should have an opinion on that, no matter what. Not just certain few. And that brings up another thing too. I think, there's an email that was sent out too, asking for something to come up and on behalf of the council. Now, I mentioned that before too, when we got paid early. I think the council itself, the 20 representatives, should be able to make that decision, in a duly called meeting. Because I don't acknowledge this when somebody says, on behalf of council, we should do this. I was like, I didn't agree to that. Maybe there was some objection to it. So those are the things I want to make sure that we get straight as we move forward. Everybody should have an opinion on it, but at the same time too, our discussion on it when we're in session. That situation that happened, before too, I was thinking, yeah, that's kind of interesting because I thought, once he gave the command over to the vice, it comes from that area. But again, that's another discussion. I'm not going to get into that. So those are just my concerns. We need to work together. We need to be able to at least greet each other. I mean, I don't think we were zeal yet this morning either. I think that was one of the issues too. So those are things I want to make sure though. So, but those are my concerns, Madam Chairwoman. And again, too, we just need to move forward on this. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, could you have Ben repeat that all over again? He talked. All I heard was Mr. Avenue, so I woke up over here. But, to clarify earlier, me talking there earlier, I'm not talking my language, my Lakota, to please you guys. I talk Lakota to please the Oyate that are watching. It's you guys' responsibility to figure out what I'm saying. You don't understand. I want to clarify that. But Madam Chair, if you guys are going to continue fighting, I kind of like to leave because I'm diabetic and I'm hungry. And I'm seeing visions now, and then I'm not humbletching either. So I need to have a meal, get a bite to eat because I'm diabetic.
I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn. Mike, Chris, second. Question? Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0.
Sister, Nakiki, Wachekio, what happened today? Wachekio, pray for us. We're all battle scarred right now.
This body opted to use Robert's Rules of Order way back because things started to hit us like it gotten now. So Robert's Rules of Order are really strict, and I know my people, and that's you guys and everybody else. We don't like it's impossible for us to follow, that regimen to the letter, but it's necessary in order to maintain, some kind of decorum. I'll tell you, as a spectator before I came back here, watching these meetings, I mean, I can